Well, hello and good morning. Welcome to AMC Kart Bucharest and round 5 of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Romania. My name's Henry Baudet. It's an absolute pleasure to be bringing you today's racing here on the Federation of Karting Romania YouTube channel. Hello, wherever you are watching around the world, you're looking at the entrance to pit lane here at the 1250 meter AMC kart track in Romania's capital. We're just outside the capital city of Bucharest in a region called Tunari. It is a glorious, sunny, autumnal day. I think in the UK we call this the Indian summer. There is not a cloud in the sky for the nearly 70 drivers across 4 classes who yesterday competed in qualifying and 2 heat races, and who this morning will have their 2 main championship point scoring finals. This track, it's very bumpy, it's very abrasive. Overtaking is extremely difficult. Yesterday, perhaps the most important 6 minutes of the actual day were held in timed qualifying. Those who qualified at the front, by and large, stayed at the front. Yesterday was also a celebration of 10 years of the Nequara family, the Roadrunner racing team, being the Rotax distributors for Romania. In that time, karting in Romania, and certainly Rotax karting in Romania, has come on in leaps and bounds. And each year, the lucky few Romanian drivers who qualify for the biggest party in world karting, the Rotax Grand Finals, they represent Romania, do so with increasing levels of competitiveness, but always the same unique blend of colour, passion, character, and national pride. The first race of the day is Final 1 for Junior Rotax. And the starting lineup is as follows. Rares Pascu on pole position. You see the 18-strong grid going down there. Rares Pascu is your championship leader. 18 drivers in total, all the way back to the number 300 there. That is Radu Perez. There is a look. Now we're looking down from our drone footage. That's the back straight into turn number 11. That's one of the very few overtaking opportunities here at the circuit. Drivers circle round turns 12 and turn 13. You can see Pascu going into turn 14. There'll be 2 rolling laps. They'll come out of turn 16 onto the start-finish straight under the gantry, where if you go to the Rotax Max Challenge Romania Facebook page, you will see all yesterday's racing and the Mojo tyre changing contest that we had here. We're now looking into the very tight and twisty infield section at turns 6 and 7. The short shoot into turn 8, and then into the turn 9 hairpin, that 180-degree right-hander. Out of turn 10, onto the back straight once again. Your starting lineup, it's Pascu from Cipran Ionița on the outside of row number 1. Then it is the number 302 CRG Romania kart of Luca Dumitriu, David Netchifor, Celik Nambet, and rounding out your top 5, Olitaniu Nectare. Further back in the order, we have Alex Bogatu, then the number 334 kart of Antonia Ionescu, followed by Descalu, Giambulat, Amzica, Farkas Fant, Ispas, Olaru, Lascu, Pruna, Sabo, and Preda. They go past the red line which signals that is where you have to be in your correct grid position. If you're not in your correct grid position by that red line, you must start at the back of the field. And Pascu on that blue and black, the Ubik racing graphics on the kart has had a lot of help from Switzerland's Jan Schwitter. Hopefully Jan is watching. Pascu in the points standings has 207 points. So far, Luca Dimitriou on 142, David Netchefor 138, Chipran Ionitsa 122. Only the champion in junior Rotax will qualify for the grand finals in Bahrain this year. Out of turn number 16 comes the junior Rotax field. Into the tram lines, the lights go out. We're off and racing. Oh, no, we are not. No, we're not. You can see the yellow flags waving. That's a false start. I have to say, the Romanian Kart Federation have done a fantastic job getting a large number of officials here, and as well, the organisers, Roadrunner Racing, have ensured that, as always, especially in the technical department, there are international scrutineers from Rotax themselves. Good morning to Cici, Cyril from Belgium, Cyril Plinkio from Belgium, Cyrine Pulinsk, to give her full name, from the Royal Automobile Club of Belgium, working for Rotax here on behalf of BRP Rotax. Cyrine Pulinsk has been overseeing all the technical aspects of the event. And we will try to go racing again. So this circuit, it is now, as you can see, the tarmac is very, very weathered. This is a quarter of a century old, this track, over 25 years old. They haven't resurfaced it in that time. A lot of the drivers saying how bumpy the track is, and in fact it's so bumpy that they're having to alter their racing lines through some of the corners. It means that it chews up the Mojo tires that are on all these Rotax karts, and it means it's also very, very physical indeed. A lot of drivers saying about their necks, their ribs have been hurting. A real test of stamina. As you can see, red flags out in the air, so we will bring the karts to a standstill on the start line. Race director Adi they're going to be sent back to pit lane. Now, this could be for a number of reasons. There are no on-track issues with any drivers. However, this is potentially one of the things that the technical team can request if they need to make any other checks or things like that. Maybe this is just an opportunity for the race director to explain to the drivers how he wants all the starts to take place. We have 8 races for you today. This will be a 16-lap race, the first junior Rotax race of the day. We have 3 drivers in Micromax. They're not competing for a championship. They're not competing for a place in the grand finals. Then we have 13 drivers in Minimax and a great 29 kart grid in senior Rotax. There'll be the first round of finals. Then we will have at the circuit a driver parade. That will be in between the first and the second set of finals. And of course, 2 finals, the main point scoring opportunities for all these drivers. If you are watching on the YouTube channel, the FRK YouTube channel, it is, to give it its full name, the Federacia Romana de Karting YouTube channel, then please, in the comments, the live chat feature is there for a reason. If you're watching back home, supporting family members or friends, in the comments, I can't read Romanian very well. I struggle with English, truth be told. But let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching from. There will be several drivers here racing that the international karting community is familiar with, not least Hungary's Armand Hamilton, the reigning Rotax Grand Finals E20 Senior Champion. Armand is here in support for Chuchuan Racing to help Alexandru Volcha, his teammate, who is fighting for the senior title. The first title this weekend actually went to the JMS Performance team because Barros, the sledgehammer, he won the Mojo tire changing contest yesterday. 16 mechanics from nearly every single team here in the paddock competed, and you can see the closing stages of the Mojo tire changing contest on the Rotax Max Challenge Romania Facebook page. The fastest time wasn't actually set by Barros, it was set in one of the semi-finals by the eventual runner-up Viriu for Ace Performance at 48 seconds. Now, for those of you unfamiliar, that is 48 seconds to put 4 rims on 4 Mojo tires and then take them off again using just your hands, no tools at all. The world record time belongs to Wes Boswell at 23.9 seconds. And now they have the drivers have been given their instructions and they are on their way again. So we may have 1 or possibly 2 more rolling laps. Check the live timing just to make sure that all 18 drivers are on circuit. Looking down the order, yes, they are all on track. So it is the blue and black Ubik liveried kart of Rares Pascu who leads the field around. He is also, don't forget, your championship leader with 207 points. This is a dominant season. This is not the final round of the season. In 2 weeks' time, you have the highlight of the Romanian Rotax karting calendar. That is, of course, the Transylvania Trophy, which is going to be held the Presma circuit near Brasov in, of course, the region of Transylvania. And then the final round of this championship, the 6th and final round later this year, which will decide the 3 drivers who will represent Romania in the grand final. So, Pascu and Ionița bring the rest of the field across the start-finish line. Do the lights go out? Yes, they do. We are racing here in Junior Rotax through turn number 1, hard on the brakes for turn number 2. Everybody through cleanly. And it does look as though it is the CRG of Dimitriu who is up into second position. Number 302, Luca Dimitriu Sofalka, as they head around turn number 9 through turn 10 onto the back straight. But yesterday, Rares Pascu dominating the heats, the driver of kart 335 for Chuchuan Racing, Rares Cosmin Pascu, to give him his full title. He comes out of turn number 13 through turn 14 now into the double right at turn 15. Down the main straight to complete lap number 1. They flash underneath the start line gantry. Turn 1, it's very, very fast. And then you hard on the brakes for turn 2. Behind the top, or behind the leader, battle is on for second place. The red, white and black JMS Performance number 319 of David Netchefor. Netchefor looks to the inside. Good move there from Netchefor. Can he get the kart slowed down on the apex of turn number 9? No, he cannot. And Dumitriu retakes second position. This does allow Pascu to pull a bigger advantage at the front. In 4th and 5th, Chelik Mambets there, just getting overtaken by the number 331 kart of Mate Amzica. Amzica is another of the CRG Romania entries, but his CRG is bedecked in a different colour scheme. It's got a sponsor colour scheme on there. It's not the traditional orange and black of the CRG team, even though he is wearing a CRG race suit. The race suits with the orange shoulder and upper back on it. Chelik Mambet for the there's Netchefor again going to the inside, and again Netchefor cannot get that JMS Performance kart slowed down on the apex. We follow the drone into turn number 11. Around turn 12, you can see the amount of rubber that has been laid down here at the circuit. The tarmac, a completely different colour on the racing line. I think we've had a problem a little bit further back in the pack. 2 karts with issues. Olitanu Nektari and Alex Bogatu, I believe, have had a problem. And here is the battling, and there Netchefor finally does make the move stick as Pascu sets the new fastest lap. Netchefor now into second. Dumitriu down to third, and Dumitriu looks to the inside. He's going to come under pressure from his teammate Amzica coming out to turn number 10. Then it's Chelik Mambet behind him. Mambet and Netchefor actually teamed up in the trivia quiz that we had yesterday here at the circuit alongside 2 of our Minimax drivers. They were the champion team, and it was great to see 3 drivers from 3 different teams all competing together as a quiz team here, celebrating 10 years of Roadrunner racing, and the Aquara family being the distributors for Rotax in Romania. There was cake, there was champagne, and I have to say that so many people in the paddock stayed on for that. It was a really good afternoon's entertainment yesterday. Now the drivers are going to try and put on their own entertainment this morning, and the 2 CRG drivers, Dumitriu and Amzica, struggling to keep pace with David Netchefor. Chelik Mambet with the black bodywork on that Praga IPK chassis. Mambet, who drives for the Formula K Romania team, and of course Formula K and Praga, both members of the IPK karting family. We're on lap number, just complete lap number 5 now. Pascu leading by 3.4 seconds. Netchefor just trying to keep his head clear of the chasing drivers. They're not within lunge distance. That means that Netchefor does not have to worry about driving a defensive line. Sadly, you can see at the side of the circuit there, just on our camera shot, the 2 karts that are out of this race, Nektari and Bogatu. Nektari for the GTK racing team. And there's the move up at turn number 12. A surprise move. Amzica pulls on his teammate Dumitriu, and Amzica now into third position. Amzika is 6th in the points standings. Chelik Mambet is 7th in the points. And unfortunately, the number 358 Transcart Racing Club entry of Edward Sabo has also joined the list of retirements. So we're down to 15 runners. I didn't see what happened to Sabo's kart. In fact, as I look down, I cannot see it stranded anywhere on the side of the circuit. So a mechanical issue potentially, as we now watch Dimitriou coming under pressure from Chelik Mambet behind Mambet. There is a side-by-side battle for 6th position between the number 366 kart of Yasin Jambulat and the number 333 machine of Stefan Descalu, another of the CRG Romania entries. Descalu, Jambulat drives for the Ace Performance Praga team. Now we know Ace Performance are good at changing tyres. Viriu proved that yesterday. But now it's down to Jambulat to uphold the driver's end of the bargain. There's a potential move into the turn 9 hairpin, and that was Descalu trying to pass Jambulat without any success. Now, Cipran Ionita, who did start on the outside of the front row of the grid, he's dropped back to 13th position, and he's just received a warning flag. There goes our leader. Look at the gap he has got in hand over everybody else. Pascu has been in a class of his own so far this weekend. We follow the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th position. They go through turns 5 and turn 6, out of turn number 7 now, onto the short straight. Have to say that a couple of years ago, the buildings surrounding this circuit, some of the apartment blocks, there's a shopping centre just down the road, they did not exist. And you can see a lot of construction going on in this part of the world. Bucharest is a city that is expanding, and it's a very, very architecturally beautiful city, I have to say. Victory Square and Victory Street in the centre of Bucharest is an extremely beautiful part of the world. But of course, yes, the urban sprawl of Bucharest is appearing on the horizon behind these drivers, and hopefully we've got another 25 years of karting here at AMC Kart Bucharest, as Amzika now sets his sight on Netjifor. Down towards turn number 11, Amzika drives it in very, very deep there, as Netjifor for JMS Performance under pressure. Look how well Amzika can rotate that kart through the long turn 13 section, and I think that Netjifor may be in tyre trouble. We're on lap 10 out of 16. Will we see Mate Amzika make the move into turn number 2? Not right now, but he is putting the number 319 kart for JMS Performance under an increasing amount of pressure. Behind these four, you can see Descalu has passed Jambulat for 6th position. Then the number 334 kart, Antonia Ionescu, she runs in 8th place, ahead of Samuel Farkas Frant, and then number 344 kart of Luca Ispas, another of the GTK drivers. But still, Netjifor is able to hang on to 2nd position. They're nearly 7 seconds now behind race leader Rares Pascu. Netgefor through turn number 1. Still holding a pretty wheel. Is able to keep Amzika, Dimitriou and Selik Mambet at bay. Number 319 kart, that's a Danilo Rossi chassis for JMS Performance. So the Danilo Rossi chassis leading 2 CRGs and leading a Praga kart, but up at the front, Rares Pascu aboard aboard the Tony kart chassis for Tutuan Racing. So OTK leads, Danilo Rossi leads 2 CRGs, leads another Praga chassis. Then, of course, you have CRG with the Scalu, Praga with Jambulat, and the 334 kart, Ace Performance, that's another Praga chassis. Through turn number 5. There is a look at your leader coming out of the middle hairpin. That 180-degree right-hander at turn number 9. He is already at the end of the back straight before this group of drivers gets to the turn 9 chicane. Another dominant performance for Pascu. You don't ever want to give somebody the winner's trophy before the checkered flag falls in the final, but it's going to take an absolute almighty effort for anybody in junior to challenge Rares Pascu. Oh, and there is a challenge. There is the move. Amzika, a little bit of hip and shoulder, passes Netgefor, and Dimitriou also goes through. So David Netgefor back to 4th position now. And you saw the move going into turn number 16 as Netgefor slips back 2 places. We're on lap number 14 out of 16, and I do wonder whether, well, I mean, it'll be a little bit academic as to whether we actually see Amzika close in, because I think Pascu has probably eased off the gas a little bit, is now coasting and cruising. There he flashes across the bottom of the screen. Amzika, Dimitriou, Netgefor and Mambet cross the line to complete lap number 14 and start lap number 15. Pascu, actually, he's not held off the gas. He is going quicker and quicker and quicker, which is even more demoralizing for everybody around him. Well, there's nobody around him, but they will see that Netgefor to the inside of Dimitriou retakes 3rd position. David Netgefor gets the kart slowed down. Now he defends. Dimitriou will try and swing wide. Watch for Selik Mambet to get the crossover. Side by side through turn number 12. Netgefor has the inside line. Watch for Selik Mambet as they go through turn 13 into turn 14. And of course, this is where we saw 2 laps ago Netgefor get sort of elbowed a little bit wide by Amzika, as Amzika took 2nd position. But on to the final lap now, as already halfway round the final lap is Rares Pascu, 8.8 seconds clear of everybody else. Another dominant performance from the driver of kart number 335. Here he is around turn 14. He literally qualified on pole and has then just cleared off in every single race. Rares Pascu, your championship leader, adds another dominant maximum set of points to his already increasingly large and potentially unstoppable championship advantage. Chipran Ionitsa, a black flag for Ionitsa. I don't know why that was for. He obviously didn't have a great race from the front of the grid. And Chipran Ionitsa will be excluded from that race. There are your provisional results of final number one. Rares Pascu by 9 seconds over Mate Amzika. David Netchifor, Luca Dimitriu Sofalka is next. Behind Dimitriu Sofalka, there was Chelik Mambet in 5th, Stefan Descalu 6th, Yasin Giambolot in 7th, Antonia Ionescu in 8th, Sebastian Farkas front in 9th. The top 10 rounded out by Luca Ispas in kart number 3, 4, 4. Preda Olaru Pruna Lascu. The other finishers, Ionitsa will be classified last. He will be excluded. And sadly, Nectare, Bogatu, and Sabo failed to finish. Now, that was the junior Rotax first final. There will be a short break while a couple of karts are cleared off the track surface. Then we will be into Micromax. Micromax is, well, they're not competing as a championship this year. There's only 3 of them. You need a minimum of 5 to score points towards a championship. Romania don't have a Micromax ticket this year. However, we are looking for more graduates out of the kid kart class. 10 drivers have participated in at least one round of the Rotax Championship as a micro driver this year. There are several training schools, notably one in Sibiu, the city of Sibiu in Romania, and others that to help get new drivers into the sport. All these youngsters, I know there's also a schools karting championship in Romania that runs a Micromax class. This, however, is the very, very top of the tree for Micromax drivers in Romania. Looking there, so Andre Mangalia. Well, yes, we do have English commentary for a round of the Romanian Rotax Challenger. Unfortunately, apart from Mulțumesc, Salut, and Prochinca, my Romanian is not very good. So Andre Mangalia on the live chat, I do apologize that my Romanian is not up to grab. I am the official speaker for Rotax globally. It's my pleasure, it's my honor to be able to travel the world and bring you Rotax racing from wherever you're watching. There is probably a translate button, but don't worry, Andre. Half the people in the UK can't understand me because I'm from Wales, Playa de Gales. So yeah, you're not alone in not understanding. But Rotax is a global platform. We try to help drivers in Rotax wherever they are in the world to learn the international language of motorsport, which is English, which they will all need to be able to communicate in if they're to progress up the karting ladder or into the world of motorsport. So, you know, maybe Andre just, hey, hello, how are you, Andre? Maybe we'll just turn the volume down a little bit. You can see the drivers, they know they're on camera. Have a little wave. And the 3 of them. Now, I will warn you, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, the Micromax races, well, how can we say this kindly? They weren't the most action-packed because Edward Ora is about 3 seconds per lap. Well, thank you, Andre. I've been to Romania several times before. I have been to the Târgu Sucriesc Scat Kart circuit, Târgu Sucriesc, several times for the Transylvania Trophy. I love Romania. I always get a fantastic welcome here, so I appreciate that. You know, I have been taught some other Romanian words, but they're not allowed to be broadcast. Some of the mechanics here are very, very keen. Say, oh, you must say this, you must say this. And then I realize what they're asking me to say. No, no, no. This is a family show. But again, it's a huge honor to be here commentating from Romania's capital. And again, as well as I would like to echo Sirin Pulink's Sisi down in the technical area. She has been so overwhelmed by the warm welcome that she has received by competitors, teams, and the organization as a whole. Micromax. Edward Ora, number 132. You can see him in the foreground. They're the first driver with a white crash helmet and the blue race suit. He is about 2 seconds a lap faster than the driver on the, well, just getting the high five there, the handshake from his dad. That would be Arthur Stefan Niamtu on the number 118 Cosmic chassis. Niamtu is also about 2 seconds a lap faster than the number 111 kart, Radu Stanga, who is Drenago Racing in association with the Roadrunner team. And so, yes, we may not see a great deal of overtaking. However, the most important thing for these young drivers is that they learn, they do every lap, and they start to practice their racing lines, their consistency, and also, especially for those competitors who, compete in the Romanian Kart School Championship in Micromax, and there are a lot of them. This is the top of the tree. This is the best of the best in Micromax in Romania. It's obviously very heavily regulated. If Romania gets more Micromax drivers, then Romania will get a ticket for the class, and the class champion at the end of the year gets to go and represent Romania in the Rotax Grand Finals. If you're not familiar with the Rotax Grand Finals, that is the major event at the end of the year for Rotax karting. You must be a champion in your country to get a ticket. You can't buy an entry to the Grand Finals. You must earn your way there by being your national champion. And then over 400 drivers from Micromax to Minimax, Junior, Senior, DD2, DD2 Masters, and electric karts all come together in one big event where you represent your country on equal equipment, brand new equipment, supplied by Rotax, and it is simple. It's the best driver. Equipment, the parity is there, so it's the best driver who wins. That's the idea. To give you some example of how important the Rotax Grand Finals are, if I were to tell you that this year, one of the qualifiers is Rubens Barrichello. Yes, the same Rubens Barrichello who won 11 Formula One Grand Prix, was runner-up in the Formula One World Championship several times, and was a teammate for many years at Ferrari to Michael Schumacher. Other drivers, Antonio Pizzonia has raced, another Brazilian Formula One driver. He has raced in the Grand Finals. And this year, Kimi Räikkönen's son, Robin, has also qualified. He will race in the Minimax class. Kimi is always with his son and is Robin's mechanic. So from humble beginnings and local events, national level events such as this, drivers get an opportunity. If you do well at your national championship, then you can go and race all the other national champions from around the world. Well, we're waiting for the start. The organisers have built in some gaps in the timetable, only 4 classes, and so they wanted to make sure that there was enough time for the mechanics and the teams to get the karts prepared between races. Now, this will be a 7-lap race. It will. Edward Ora, Arthur Nyamtu, and Roman Radu Stanga. I will say this. Yesterday, Radu had a spin on the first lap of both his heat races, and so he was a little bit off the pace at the start. Let's see if he can get round the first lap in that number 111 kart without spinning. He's in the Tony kart. Arthur Stefan Nyamtu in number 118. He's in a purple and pink Cosmic chassis, and the leader, Edward Ora, who I have to say will, probably clear off and win this race by a large margin. I think he won both races yesterday by a good 15 to 20 seconds. That's not a driver injury, there's a paddock injury. One of the mums is hobbling around on crutches. As we watch the field come through turn number 12, you can see double marshals on every marshal post. The Orange Army, as we call them in the United Kingdom, that the marshals, the most important people in all of motorsport. If they don't give up their time in all types of weather to keep the competitors safe, then there would simply be no go-karting. Now, what have Nyamtu and Stanga learnt from their experience yesterday? Well, firstly, they've learnt they've got to try and stay as close as they possibly can to Ora. As they come into the tram lines, lights are out, we're off and racing. Stanga actually making quite a good start there, and they all safely through turn number 1. Around turn number 2, already you can see Ora a lot more confident in his kart. The kart snaking its way through turn number 5. Stanga trying to challenge Nyamtu for second position as they come into turn number 10. In fact, Stanga having a really good first lap at the moment, challenging Nyamtu. Down towards turn number 11. There are your 3 Micromax karts. They may not all be in the same camera shot for much longer because you can see how Ora is pulling away at the start. He normally, well, yesterday he had about a 3.3 second lead at the end of lap number 1 in both his heat races. Let's have a look. They cross the start-finish line. Ora leads by 2.8 seconds, and well done to Radu Stanga. That's his best first lap by 5 seconds, and he's only 0.8 of a second behind Arthur Stefan Nyamtu. He didn't spin. He's learning very quickly in Radu Stanga. Let's watch the Paralin kart of Edward Ora go through turn number 9. There's the second place battle. It's the first time we've had a battle in Micromax. All weekend. Into turn number 11. This is really good, and this is what these young drivers need. It only needs 2 karts to make a good race. Niamtu is learning how to not drive defensively, but how to drive under pressure. And Stanger is learning how to attack and chase a driver without spinning and making a mistake. So this is a really valuable lesson for these 2 drivers on your screen now. Already, Edward Ora is ahead by 5.5 seconds. We knew that was going to happen. But Niamtu is driving. Yesterday I watched Arthur Stefan Niamtu, and he was driving extremely well. His lines are very, very good. Now it's a case of the confidence to go a little bit quicker. But his racing lines are certainly really, really strong already. He has learned a lot. You can see, using all the track, Stanger, this is the best that we've seen from Radu Stanger. He's 2.8 seconds behind Niamtu, but looking at the lap times, a 1:05.9 for race leader Edward Ora. Let's have a look at Niamtu's best lap. It's a 1:08.1, and Stanger losing a little bit of ground there, but this isn't about, you know, how close they are to the leaders. This is about improving their own performance, just lap after lap after lap. And of course, that gets harder to do as a race weekend goes on, because the tyres get more worn out. So at the end of the weekend, the driver is usually driving the kart a lot better, but the tyres are a lot more worn and therefore are a little bit slower. So if a driver can put their best lap in the last race of the weekend on worn tyres, you can see Stanger just running a little bit wide there, as we're on lap 4 out of 7. But still, this is the best that he has driven. Niamtu also continuing to put in personal best sectors. He drops into the 1:07, does the number 118 kart of Arthur Niamtu. A 1:05.810 for Ora, and a 1:07.79 for Niamtu. We follow Arthur Stefan Niamtu. Now, I have to say that you can tell when a family are nervous about their son or daughter going karting. They need to know where he or she is on track at any given time. I can tell that because Mr. and Mrs. Niamtu have put Arthur's name covering the entire side pod. So when there are lots of karts on the circuit, they can always spot Arthur, because he's the driver, he's the kart with his name plastered all across the side pods. And of course, it's not only the drivers who are just starting out their journey in karting. For a lot of the Micromax families, especially if these are kids whose parents didn't race, who don't have racing in their their family tree, it's not only their first time at a kart meeting, it's the parents' first time at a kart meeting. And now where has Radu Stanger gone? Did I just see a kart stopped at the side of the track? I wonder. We're on lap 6 out of 7. And yes, oh no, there is Radu Stanger off at the side of the circuit. He's had a problem. He's still standing next to his kart. Oh, that's a real shame for Radu Stanger, who had done a best lap. I can't see his best lap now, but that is a pity. Now, this is also interesting. So yesterday, the heat races in Micromax were 5 laps, and Edward Ora won those races. I think it was 14.5 seconds that he won his races by, and he's only 13.9 seconds ahead of Niamtu after 6 laps. This will be the last lap. This will be the end of lap 7. And I noticed that Aura's lap times are staying the same. So it's Niamtu whose consistency is improving. Arthur Stefan Niamtu is getting a little bit better. He's getting quicker. And Aura, though, has got plenty of aura. And hand in the air, he takes the checkered flag. Well done to Edward Ora. He will be the winner of final number 1. Here is Arthur Stefan Niamtu. And you can see the name tag, the big white section of his side pod. That's got his name written large on there, just in case mum or dad miss him on the track. They always know where to find him. That is the end of the Micromax first heat. You can see the race control building there. My commentary position is the top left-hand corner of that building, the far left window. Underneath there's a restaurant area. A lot of the families watching from the terracing outside. Yes, there has been a slight delay to the timetable. We're about 15 minutes behind schedule. You are looking down at the Minimax field. There are 13 Minimax drivers, and they'll be going out for their first final very shortly. Now, the gentleman in the center of your screen there, just standing up with the black shorts, he's got glasses, a very solid looking character. That is our tire changing contest champion for this year, Barros. He is the JMS mechanic for, I'm just going to see who that is, who's starting behind Kart 296. Barros just giving his driver, it's the number 200. So Barros is the mechanic for the current championship leader in Minimax, at Mark Moyer. Mark Moyer is just 10 points clear of Mate Popescu in kart number 270. So it's going to be a head-to-head fight for the Minimax ticket and the Minimax championship this year between Moya for JMS competition and Popescu for Formula K, Romania. We wait to be given the signal to go. This race will be a 10-lap race for our Minimax drivers. 10 laps for Minimax. And looking down at the grid, it will be number 270, Mate Popescu, on pole position. On the outside of row number 1, it will be the number 288 kart of Teodora Ipurash. The rabbit, which is Ipurash, is the rabbit in Romanian. There is the signal that is given. Popescu, Ipurash, Adrian Gane, and then the very, very impressive Victoria Sara Schenker on the outside of row number 2. Mark Moyer will go from grid number 5. Then it'll be the 229 kart of Diegis Casaneu. Behind Casaneu will be the 201 of Sebastian Panate. Then the Bulgarian driver Lakazar Nikolov. Behind Nikolov will be Teodor Popovici. Then the number 208 of Zian Iliescu. Behind Zian Iliescu is the number 257, Andre Marin. Then it will be Alexander Andre Borzan, 2 rolling laps, and rounding out the field in kart number 236 will be Vladimir Vladislav Orbeitu. Field slow themselves down around turn number 11. You can see the turquoise, green, red and white Formula K kart of our pole sitter Matei Popescu. It's not impossible for Popescu to take the championship lead in this race over Mark Moya. Moya, who is starting in 5th position, will need to gain a couple of places, ideally to get right behind, but of course overtaking very difficult here. Popescu and then Ipurash on the front row of the grid. Ipurash for the Ace Performance team. We have got another false start. Another false start. The formation at the front didn't look great. So we will go around again. Which gives me an opportunity to take another swig of what I've learned is that Romania does some very, very good all-natural lemonade. So another of the treats here in Romania have litchi with plenty of mustard, lots of pickle, Polinka, which is an adults-only drink, and freshly squeezed lemonade, amongst the many things that you can enjoy here in Romania. So we go around again. Reminder, 187 points to Moya, 177 to Popescu, 145 Popovici, Schenker, 123. Through turn 16. Oh, and Popescu's holding back a little bit. Oh, the couple of drivers out of the tram lines early. Popescu gets a great start. Oh, and there's a collision going into turn number 1. One driver over the grass. There's in fact 3 drivers have been caught out there. I'm looking down there. 1, 2 are up and out of their carts. 1 is just sitting, being talked to by a marshal. Very quick reactions, I have to say, by the marshalling team to be on the scene very, very quickly. And we look, there's Mark Moya. Moya, I think, has made a very good start indeed. That's an excellent first lap for Mark Moya, the championship leader. He is already right up behind the pole sitter, the driver who is chasing him in the championship now. I'm looking down at turn number 1. The marshals have already cleared 1 cart off the circuit. Very quickly, there's still a driver sat off to the inside, you can see there. He's with the marshalling team now. We will pick up the two drivers involved, Zian Iliescu and Andre Marin. At the back of the field, Andre Borzan has been delayed a little bit, and the third driver is up, out of the kart, walking away. A paramedic is with him, but the driver, and I don't know if that is Marin or Iliescu, but whoever it is, he's walking into the marshal post. There is a medical person with him as well, but for family and friends watching at home, the two drivers involved, Iliescu and Marin, both absolutely fine. And one of them just maybe getting a wrist checked out, but he's walking away. And we continue with the racing. So quick reactions there from the marshalling and the medical team, I have to say. And for those who know me, that the responses and the standard of marshalling and medical coverage in karting is something that I'm very, very keen to keep track of, to point out when things are good and also when things can be improved. I have to say here that apart from maybe one or two karts that are left beside the circuit, a little bit too close to the side of the circuit sometimes, the marshalling standards here in Romania have been very, very good indeed. Here is the battle for third position. Gane and Ipurash battling for third position. Up at the front, Popescu leads by 3/4 of a second over Mark Moya. A 5-second penalty for Victoria Sarashenka. I did see at least one driver out of the tram lines very early on, and so yes, 4 wheels out of the tram lines. So Victoria Sarashenka, she will drop back to, well, she's running 6th on the road. That 5-second penalty will drop her back to 9th, ahead of Vladislav and the delayed Borzan. Now, Victoria Shenka, she will just try and drive as fast as she can to pick up 1 or 2 positions. She doesn't need to necessarily overtake anybody on circuit to gain positions. She is running, Ishenka, I think 5th overall, 5th or 6th, just behind Popovici. Here's the top 4. We'll try, yeah, so Shenka is right there in 6th position. You can see the bright pink flashes on the top of her crash helmet. Mate Popescu, who are another one of the old drivers. Oh, and there is a move. That is Ipurash passing Gane for 3rd position. Victoria Sarashenka is 6th on the road. She's now moved up to 8th position overall because she is now more than 5 seconds in front of the number 229 kart. That is Casaneu. You can see on the screen there the timing and scoring panel across the bottom that Shenka's time penalty has already been added to your system. So you can tell back home watching what Victoria Sara has to do to gain another position. At the moment, the next driver she has to try and pass is Nikolov. Nikolov is 1.9 seconds in front of her after she has had her 5-second time penalty. So she's got to gain another 1.9 seconds on Nikolov to pass Nakazar on the road. Under investigation is the number 229 kart of Diegis Casuneu, potentially for wheels outside the tram lines at the start. We're halfway through this Minimax first final. remember that I can also remind you all that the officials here from the Romanian Karting Federation have a lot of their own CCTV cameras that they're using to look at incidents, to make the stewards and to make the official decisions on contact, on jump starts, on things of that like. So they're not just looking at the pictures that you are seeing, and they haven't just got eyes out on the circuit. They have got a whole host of cameras that you cannot see, that only the stewards can see when it comes to looking and deciding on potential on-track penalties. And Schenker is now oh no, Nikolov is just 1/10 of a second now ahead of Schenker on corrected time. Popescu, meanwhile, there is the Formula K Romania driver flashing across the screen. He is 2 seconds ahead of Mark Moyer. The best battle is for third position between driver number 288, Theodora Epurash, and Adrian Gane. Theodora Epurash, I remember Epurash is Romanian for rabbit. Out of turn number 9. Epurash, the white NASA panel, the white nose cone on their Praga chassis. You can see the traditional Praga gold, silver and purple livery on the side pods, but plain white nose cone for Theodora as she holds off. She holds off Garni, Popovici, Panate, and we wait. Schenker is now ahead of Nikolov. So Victoria Sarashenka, in fact, she's only lost 1 position now. With that time penalty, it only has cost her 1 position. No, sorry, 2 positions. No, 1 position to Panayet. So Panayet in the number 201 machine for JMS Performance. Have to say that this is as well as the race could have gone for Mark Moyer, going from 5th on the grid, side-by-side battle for what is now 5th positions. Theodor Popovici passing Theodora Epurash, and I'm looking there. No, there's no other penalties that have been decided so far. In fact, no, that's Epurash passing Adrian Gane. I do apologise. Popovici is a little way behind, so Epurash now in front of Gane, and that puts Theodora into P3. Mark Moyer hasn't got the speed to stay with Matej Popescu, but he did all the work he needed to do on the first lap, going from 5th to 2nd. But as we watch Matej Popescu, he will trim Mark Moyer's championship lead. Theodora Epurash under investigation, but under no investigation is this man, Matej Popescu, into the final 2 corners, around turn 15, through turn 16 and on to the start-finish straight. The checkered flag waves. Another win for Matej Popescu. Mark Moyer hangs on to his championship lead, but not by a lot. Theodora Epurash, a fantastic 3rd position for her. Adrian Gane is 4th. Theodor Popovici is 5th. Sebastian Panay is 6th. And then Victoria Sarashenka in 7th. Latsakar Nikolov and then Casaneu next in line with Vodislav and Borzan. Rounding out your finishers, sadly we lost Iliescu and Andrei Marin on the opening lap. that concludes Minimax for the first final. The next race up very shortly will be the 29 strong senior Rotax grids as Istvan Deso tries to hold on to a 40-point championship lead over Alexandru Volta. That is your next race up. So looking down at the senior Rotax grid for final number 1. Yesterday, Daniel Stoyanenko on the Alonso kart. He won both finals. He's only 8th in the championship. He will not be 8th at the end of today, that is for certain. He is on an upward trajectory. On the outside of row number 1 will be the 444 kart, Augustin Axinia for GTK Racing. Armand Hamilton, there he sits in the number 489 kart, the Lando Norris chassis, but he's in the Tony Kart race suit for the Tuchuan Racing team. His teammate Alexandru Volta, who is 2nd in the points standings. He will start on the outside of row number 2. Istvan Deso, the championship leader, with 152 points to Volta's 107.5, starts 5th. Istvan Deso needs to stop the bleeding, as it were. Because Deso was behind Volta every race yesterday. Then it's Adu Dossier, a great performance from the young lady in kart number 413 in qualifying yesterday. Anna Clara Adu Dossier for Toka Racing. As you look down the order, Alexandru Boltasu, who has competed for Romania in the grand finals many times before. So we're going to get 1 rolling lap or 2. This is going to be a 20-lap race. Towards the back of the field, now Moldovan has not gone out. Alexandru Moldovan for the JMS Performance team. He is not showing up as being on circuit. I have to say that look out for number 467. That is Luca Alexa for the Roadrunner Racing team. This is his first ever kart race out of rental karting. It's his first ever owner driver. Oh, we got a kart spinning at the side of the circuit. We have gone green. We are off and racing. I couldn't quite see who got spat off at the side of the track at the very start of this race, but the leaders are all safely through, and I'm looking down to see who did not come around, and it was, let's have a look. Oh, it was the number 442 kart of YMK Racing's Matai Stefan, who didn't come around, sadly. And also in difficulty on the first sector is the number 435 kart of GTK Racing's Teo Dumitrascu. There is Stoyanenko opening up an early advantage. Vulture, I believe, has grabbed second position. Oh, there is the kart being dragged off to the side of the circuit. Dumitrascu getting a technical flag. Now, I can't quite see what that would be for, but Dumitrascu out of the race, so we have 28 starters. And, oh, there goes a kart past my window. The exhaust has come off the kart. And so that's making a very throaty noise indeed. Hamilton is second. Volta is third. Fourth is Istvan Deso. So Axinia has dropped back to 8th position from the front row of the grid. So Augustin Axinia, a poor start, as I think the kart with the I think Dumitrascu may have pulled off at the side of the circuit. So we're down to 26 runners. Stefan out right at the start. Going across the line there at the back of the field, that is the number 445 kart of Eric Balan with the Formula K Romania team. Now, Stoyanenko withstood a lot of pressure at various points yesterday, but he hasn't had to deal with Armand Hamilton. Armand Hamilton, Australian by birth, Hungarian based, has done a lot of racing all around Europe, including the British Karting Championship, won the Rotax E20 Senior title in Sarno last year in the Grand Finals. So he's a global Rotax champion, is Armand Hamilton. He's here primarily to have some fun and to assist and to help his teammate Alexandru Vulture when possible, because of course Hamilton will take points off Istvan Deso, although Armand is here to obviously race and win himself. Anna Clara Adudossier, new fastest lap from the driver in 8th position. You can see the field spreading out quite a lot here on your drone camera. And sadly, the number 434 Toka Racing kart of Kevin Brascianu has also retired from this race. Hamilton was saying his neck was hurting, his ribs are hurting, he's lost his voice, but he's plugging away bravely, trying to chase down the driver who led every lap of both heats yesterday, but certainly was not the quickest driver in all throughout those races. Other drivers were quicker, but Stoyanenko was able to defend and was able to use his advantageous track position to stay ahead of the rest of the field. Once again, if you're watching on the FRK YouTube channel, please use the live chat feature. I can only read out messages in English, unfortunately. If they're in Romanian, I'll try, but I don't necessarily. Oh, and Iliescu Vasilak getting a black flag, obviously for an incident that we didn't catch on camera. Here are your leaders: Hamilton, checking over his shoulder. Now, what I think will happen, we're only on lap 5 out of 20. The Tutuan Racing teammates, Hamilton and Vulture, they will probably give it a couple of laps, and then if Hamilton's thinking to himself, I'm driving as hard as I can and I cannot catch your race leader, then potentially we'll see Vulture pass Hamilton and then see if Vulture can catch the race leader. Alexandra Boltasu sets the new fastest lap. He moves into 9th position. He had a retirement from his second heat yesterday, which meant he started a lot further down the order than we would have potentially expected to see Boltasu. Another driver starting out of position was Toka Racing's Jotam Rosenberg, who also had a retirement. Rosenberg is currently 12th, but of course Rosenberg, who represented Israel in the CIK FIA Karting Academy previously, he's got a lot fresher tyres because he went out on the first lap of his first heat race. The heats yesterday were 14 laps, so his tyres are 14 laps fresher than, there's the move for second place. Volta makes the move. Hamilton does not defend, and that's good driving from both there. They didn't lose too much ground. Now we will see. Stoyanenko's lead is 1.4 seconds. We're only on lap 7. We've completed 6 out of 20 laps. So we're on lap 7. The gap is still 1.4 seconds, so Volta was able to pass his teammate Hamilton without losing ground to the race leader. That's significant. These two drivers are well clear of Istvan Deso, your championship leader, who runs in 4th position. Patrick Gabriel Jacob for PGI Racing is 5th at the moment. 6th is the 487 kart of Andre Marchidan. Marchidan, another of the Tutuan Racing drivers, in the Intrepid chassis. Then it's the number 493 Toka Racing kart of Victor Nedelcu. Behind Nedelcu, it's Anna Clara Atudossier in kart number 413. Then it is Boltasu. Mark Sipos is in 10th position. 11th is the number 421 Ace Performance Praga kart of Edward Angelus. Behind Angelus is Rosenberg. Then it's Alex Sabu. Then the number 466 kart of Edward Epurash. Behind Epurash is Chiponescu. Then Giorok. The number 418 is next. That is Panaru Misha. Then behind Misha, it is Eduardo Varasu. Behind Varasu is the number 4. Oh, yellow flag waving there at turn number 9. Oh, I don't believe it. That's Alex Boltasu out of the race again. Boltasu just cannot catch a break. Something has happened, whether the kart, he trudges off to the side of the circuit, the kart abandoned just outside turn number 10, just before turn number 10 rather. You'll see it on our camera shot. There it is, Boltasu out of the race for the second time in 3 starts this weekend. And that is terrible misfortune for Boltasu. I have to say that since swapping positions, these two karts on your screen have not closed in on Stoyanenko. As I'm looking up at Stoyanenko, however, we may have lapped traffic about to become a factor here. Oh, Augustin Axinia has retired. Dumitrascu has received the mechanical flag and has then come back out on the pit, I think. Or is that Iliescu we've had? Iliescu has been excluded. Black flag for Iliescu. Stefan Vlaskianu, Axinia and Boltasu also out of this race. Yeah, it's Dumitrascu in car 435. Teo Dumitrascu. The team have obviously got him back out in the race. I think they maybe reattached the exhaust, and he is now going to be put. Is he been put a lap down already? I believe he has. Yes, he has. So he gets out of the way. There goes Stoyanenko and Dumitrascu in kart 435. That's good driving for Dumitrascu, just staying out of the leader's way. Stoyanenko extends his advantage to 2 seconds over Vulture. Hamilton there in the green and white Tony Kart race suit. He's in P3. There is a look at the entrance to the turn 9 hairpin. The rest of the field spreading out quite a lot, it has to be said. That's just the nature of the circuit and how tricky it is, how bumpy it is, how abrasive it is. You know, tyre wear is going to be an issue because this is only the first of 2 20-lap finals for all these drivers. Looking down, Luca Alexa is running in 21st position, and unfortunately Robert Brunner on the 495 Cosmic Kart, the Roadrunner Racing team. Roadrunner Racing rebuilt that kart overnight, literally from the frame up overnight last night. Brunner is still running down in 22nd position, but it has not been as successful as Brunner would have liked it to be. Augustin Axinia, a retirement, more yellow flags waving, and there is another kart you can just see off at the inside of turn number 16, and the marshals having to try and get that kart to a safer place, and I'm trying to see who that is. I think that might be the number 475 Moise Alexia. Moise Alexia, her kart, the Formula K Romania machine, out of the race. Yes, it is Moise Alexia out of the race. And more yellow flags waving at the exit of turn number 10. And that's another kart. Driver with the orange and black race suit walking away. And I think that is the number 408 Club Karting BZR kart of Darius Siokan, also out of the race. These 20-lap races are proving to be very, very hard on both driver and machinery. Hamilton sitting behind Vulture. Second and third, Istvan Deso is 3.6 seconds behind these two in fourth position. We have 21 drivers still running. Robert Brunner has gone a lap down, along with Dumitrascu. Luca Alexa still running. His first, and this is the longest race that Luca Alexa has now ever done, because we're on to lap 15 out of 20. And he will be feeling every bump, every crack in the tarmac. He's about to go a lap down, is Luca Alexa. And I have to say the blue flags have been another very good element of the marshalling here. I can see the blue flag waving to Alexa, As you can see there, Stoyanenko coming up behind Alexa in that blue race suit. And down the back straight, I'm sure we'll see Alexa move aside through turn 12, through turn number 13. And yes, Stoyanenko is past Luca Alexa. Luca will now be looking to see where the rest of the leaders are, because you think, right, well, if there's one coming through, that might mean they're all coming through. Luca Alexa, yeah, brilliant driving there from Luca Alexa, pulling off the side of the circuit. Well, he did, and then he comes back on, and now he moves out of the way. And that's, well, it didn't cost Volta and Hamilton any time. Alexa gets out of the way, learning experiences. He's learning an awful lot this weekend. Yesterday he learned how hard people break into turn number 1. And when you're at the back of a 29 kart field, that can be a bit of a surprise and a shock. We'll say no more, but we're on lap number 17 now. The gap, 3.1 seconds between Stoyanenko, Volta and Hamilton. And again, there'll be no need for Alexandru Volta to really push his tyres, to really push his equipment, because of course Stoyanenko is 8th in the championship, and Volta's leading rival, the championship leader, the driver that Volta is really worried about, Istvan Deso, he's running in 4th place. And of course the addition of Armand Hamilton to the addition of Armand Hamilton to the team is helping to take more points off Istvan Deso. If Hamilton wasn't there, Deso would only be 1 place behind Volta. The fact is, he's now 2 places behind Volta. That could be critical come the end of the season. Across the start-finish line go the 2 teammates. Hamilton sitting, watching, just acting as a rear gunner. Volta knows he doesn't need to defend. He can carry on attacking as much as he wants to. Mind you, he wants to try and make sure that he's left plenty of rubber on those Mojo tyres for the final. 21 of the 28 starters still running. We've lost Tjokan, Alexia, Voltasu, Axinia, Vlaskianu, Stefan, Iliescu, and Moldovan, who did not take the start. And I'm looking down, have we also now just lost Eric Balan? Eric Balan for the Formula K Romania team. Also dropping down the order. He has been, he's pulled in to the pits to retire. Final lap for Daniil Stoyanenko. Stoyanenko driving, well, let's have a little look. He drives the Time Performance team. He's the only driver here on the Alonso chassis. And he has kept a very, very strong senior Rotax field at arm's length this morning. Here he comes through turn number 12, around turn 13, into 40, out of turn 15. And it will be a comprehensive win for Daniil Stoyanenko, who cruises across the line and then, well, maybe tries to pick up a little bit more rubber and a bit of dust and dirt to make sure that he gets through the weigh scales cleanly at the end. And of course, if you're pushing the limits, then that's what you've got to do. Volta and Hamilton, second and third. Istvan Deso, the points leader, holds on to his points lead, but does lose a little bit of ground to Alexandru Vulture. Then in 5th position, we already saw him in a solid run for Patrick Gabriel Jacob for PGI Racing. Andre Markiadan, Victor Nedelku, Anna Clara Artudossier, Jotam Rosenberg, and Mark Sipos rounding out your top 10. Alexander Sabu, and then Edward Angelos, Edward Ipurash. Next up, Tudor Andre Giolok, Tudor Tibuescu, Edward Vazaru. Then it is Misha Panturu, Teo Dumitrascu. Luca Alexa comes home in front of his teammate Robert Pruna, and Pruna in 20th position. Also Dumitrascu eventually passing Alexa and Pruna. Dumitrascu 18th, Alexa, Pruna the top 20. Only 20 drivers finished that race. Iliescu, Stefan, Vlasenko, Axinia, Moldovan, Boltasu, Balan, Alexia, and Chokan failed to finish. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you're looking at now the senior field, they head back into the weigh scales, then to see Sirin Polinska in the technical area, where she will request a number of things from the mechanics to make sure that everything is correct and legal. That brings to an end the opening round of finals for today. There will now be a break at the circuit. We are running slightly behind schedule. There is a driver's presentation, which you will see on one of our static cameras there. So please stay tuned. There will be a driver's presentation. That will take place, I would imagine, in about 15 minutes time. And then the start of the last round of finals, Mansa Finale 2, will begin at 11:37 a.m. local time. That is 11:37 a.m. Romanian time, 10:37 Central European time, 9:37 a.m. in the UK. And if you're watching on the East Coast of the United States of America, if you're up late or up very early, then that'll be 4:37 a.m. East Standard Time, the East Coast of America. If you're watching further east from Romania, in, Kazakhstan, for example, or in Asia, then you'll be watching this on Sunday afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us. You'll be able to watch the driver parade. I'll go down and host that very shortly. For the drivers who are watching this broadcast, you will be required to come to the front of the restaurant area with your crash helmets and your race suits. The driver parade will begin in 10 to 15 minutes time. Thank you very much. Please stay tuned to the Federation Romania Karting YouTube channel for all the remaining racing of the day here at AMC Kart in Bucharest, round 5 of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Romania Championship.
going here and going there in order. Let's do a wave. So in 3, 2, 1, wave all the way down. And back, back, and back. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Please, can we introduce the director de la course, David Radu, and the secretariat of the race meeting, Miss Miron Kodruta. And if you'd like to drive. Okay, right, drivers, we're going to do this at the end of the parade. We have a little bit of time before the start of the final, so if there were teams who wanted individual team photos, then that's fine, we have time, but now, drivers, once again, I want you to all thank your families for being here, so give your families a round of applause, please. This bit never works because you lot never listen. So we'll try. In single file, starting at this end, would you like to make your way back to the paddock? Led by our micro drivers, one at a time. Here we go. One at a time. Here we go. Are we going to do it? All good so far. All right so far. Oh, this is great. The drivers are listening. Amy. Again, round of applause, please, for your drivers. Referees can go for each of them. Thank you, drivers. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, drivers. Good luck this afternoon. Have fun and enjoy.
Ah, mon petit Joe.
Welcome. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to AMC Kart in Bucharest and the last 4 races of the 5th round of the 2025 Rotax Max Challenge Romania Championship. 1 race each for the 4 classes, the 64 drivers entered this weekend. You're looking at the junior grid, sitting down on the dummy grid area, waiting to go out. Is it too early to say that this race is simply going to be a battle for second position? Well, unless the other 17 drivers can pull a rabbit out of the hat, then it's hard to see anybody beating the driver in the blue and black race suit and the blue and black Ubik Racing livery kart. He drives for Tutuan Racing, Rares Cosmin Pascu. He is the runaway championship leader, and he dominated the first final this morning. Double heat win yesterday as well. Starting alongside him on the front row will be the JMS Performance kart number 319 of David Alexandru Necifor on the Danilo Rossi chassis. Pascu on a Tony kart. And then on row number 2, you can see the 302 kart of Luca Dimitriou for CRG Romania. And on the outside of row number 2, you can see Celik Mambet in kart number 305. Drives for Formula K Romania on a Praga chassis. Of course, a Praga and a Formula K from the same family of IPK karts. 18 drivers in total, 16 laps. Stefan Dascalu will start from 5th on the grid. Yasin Giambulat will start on P6. And you have the number 334 kart of Ace Performances, Antonia Ionescu. And a rather lowly showing in the first heat from Mate Amzika. Expect more from Mate Amzika in this race. He's in number 331. Cipran Ionitsa from JMS Performance will be starting at the back of the field. He was black flagged from the first final. Watch for the number 301 kart. He's one of several drivers here racing today that have represented Romania in the Rotax Grand Finals. This year's Grand Finals takes place the first week of December in Bahrain, and 3 drivers from Romania will qualify to represent their country in that event. One of them you're looking at now on your screen. One of these 18 drivers will represent Romania. It looks increasingly like it'll be Rares Pascu, but one thing you can say in karting, one thing in karting is for certain, and that nothing is certain until the checkered flag falls. There is a look at your starting lineup, all the way back to Chipran Janitsa and Alex Bogatu on the 9th row of the grid. This 1,250 metre, 16-turn circuit is now over a quarter of a century old. You can see the asphalt is weathered, cracked, rugged, bumpy, abrasive. If you're watching on the Federation Karting Romania YouTube channel, hello and welcome wherever you are around the world. You're about to see the best Rotax drivers in Romania do what they do best and begin the final. We're into the tram lines. Pascu makes a good start, lights are out, we are off and racing. Pascu getting a good help there from Dimitriu into turn number 1. Netchifor, though, going around the outside of the CRG to grab second position. Brave move there from David Netchifor. Now, this is key. If you want to slow Pascu down, you've got to get to him right at the start. If you let the leader get away, as he has proved, he will disappear. Down the back straight we go. Into turn number 11, Netchifor hard on the brakes, trying everything he can. And he's good through turn number 12. This is a really impressive start from David Netchifor. We haven't had a situation where the second place drivers had a clean run through the opening lap. So Pascu is probably under more pressure here than he has ever been at any time this weekend. It's all down to number 319, David Netchifor, to take the fight. The two CRGs of Dimitriu and Dascalu run in 3rd and 4th positions. Out of turn number 7 through 8 into the hairpin at turn 9 we go. Already at the back of the field, Chipran Janitsa is up 5 places to 13th in the race. And this is just lap number 2, but you can see 0.8 of a second is the difference between first and second. Rares Pascu. Again, he's driving for Chuan Racing, but Pascu, he's got the Ubik Racing livery, that black and dark blue livery machine. It's a metallic blue. Jan Schwitter's team from Switzerland helping Rares Pascu, and the gap now grows to 1 second. Netchifor continuing to push as hard as he can. Luca Dimitriu Sofalka there in 3rd position, chasing Netchifor as hard as he can. Behind Dimitriu, it's Stefan Dascalu. Dascalu, then Jambulat. Jambulat, here comes Dascalu having a little look at Dimitriu, but nothing happening. Behind Jambulat is Chelik Mambet. And behind Mambet, you can see the next 2 drivers in line, Matai Amzika and Antonia Iniescu. So second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and 8th very closely matched together. They're in single file, and the gap back to Netchifor has grown again. It's now 1.3 seconds after 3 laps, and a move for 3rd position. Dascalu passing his teammate Stefan Dascalu in kart 333, overtaking the number 302 CRG of his much taller teammate Luca Dimitriu Sofalka. And Dascalu now attacking David Netchifor. 1.5 seconds behind the race leader. Netchifor driving very, very well, especially around the outside of turn number 2 on the opening lap to keep Dimitriu at bay. And They head through turn 14 now. This is a really good lap from that CRG in third position. Stefan Dascalu attacking David Netchefor down the main straight. You could see the bumps there, that low camera that we've got here. The Romanian Kart Federation filming this event for both the Romanian YouTube, the FRK YouTube channel, and also National Sports TV here in Romania. And it is Dascalu chasing Netchefor. They're 2.1 seconds behind the race leader, Rares Pascu. Down the back straight we go. And here comes Dascalu to the inside of Netchefor at turn number 10. No, Netchefor holds him off. And Dascalu, he could have forced the issue, but then he did fall back and allowed Netchefor. They gave each other racing room. That is good to see. Matej Amzika is now up into 5th position ahead of Celik Mambet. Giambolat was under investigation. We run lap 6 out of 16. Oh, Giambolat, 2 wheels outside the tram lines at the start. That is a 3-second penalty, and that drops him down to 9th position behind Alex Bogatu. Alex Bogatu has made an excellent start as well in the number 307 kart for CRG Romania. He's up to 8th, Jambolat down to 9th, Ispas is 10th, Nectari 11th, Cipran Ionița runs in P12, then it's Olaru, Farkas Front, Preda, Pruna, Sabo, and rounding out the runners, Isabella Lascu in 18th position, all 18 runners. Now check out the bumps as the karts go down the main straight. You can see the front fairings again just vibrating on the ground, how bumpy this track is. It's a real physical driver's test, these long races on what is a very warm, sunny Sunday, late morning, early afternoon here in Romania. Now, Netchefor still hanging on, and actually, last time around, they lost 0.4 of a second to the race leader, but Pascu seemingly has everything under control, and that gap is going to increase the more that David Netchefor has to defend against Stefan Dascalu. Through turn number 13 they go. Now, down the straight towards turn 14, they flick left, then a hard right at turn 15, a double apex, take the second of those apexes, sweep out through turn 16 and across the start-finish line to begin another lap. Turn 1 here is frighteningly fast, and as soon as you exit turn number 1, you've got to be on the brakes as hard as you can for turn number 2. Now we're into turn number 4, and there's 5 through turn 6, and then that's turn 7 out onto the short straight through the turn 8 corner. Now hard on the brakes for the 180-degree right-hander at turn number 9. Out of 9 through 10, get a good exit out of there onto the back straight. Dascalu draws up the rear bumper, but then hard braking for the second of the 180-degree hairpins at 10. Then this long looping switchback section at 12 and 13, past the red formation line, which we use at the start, through turn 15 again, out of 16, the gap has grown, it's now 3.8 seconds, back to Pascu as we start the second half of this race. The battle is on for second position. Around turn number 7, through 8 and into 9. You can see Dascalu starting to look for different ways to maybe sneak underneath Netchefor, just pulling out as if that wasn't an attempt to pass. That's just moving the engine noise around in Netchefor's peripheral vision to try and trick Netchefor into thinking that he's trying to pass and to get Netchefor to react when he doesn't need to. It looks like we have a new fourth place driver. Well, fourth place on the road is that Praga kart of Yasin Giambolat for Ace Performance, but he has of course had a 3-second penalty. So Giambolat is actually classified 8th at the moment. You can see he's 4th on the road with a white crash helmet, the very dark, sort of like a regal purple and silver Praga livery on the kart. As I say that though, he's now being passed, and he gets freight trained out of the way as Luca Dimitriou moves up a position. So Dimitriou now fighting back is into 4th position on the road, and I think Çelik Mambet also managed to squeeze past Giambolat as well. Çelik Mambet in the number 305 Praga kart. Still follow though the two drivers battling for 2nd position. Netjifor looks like he is on a better mid-race run than Dascalu. Down the short straight into turn number 9 we go. Giambolat, I think Giambolat is still there, just behind on the road. So that is 4th and 5th on the road, Dimitriou and Giambolat, but Giambolat in that silver and purple Praga kart with a white crash helmet, the dark blue race suit. Yasin Giambolat is actually 8th in the running order at the moment. No, make that 9th in the running order, because Cipran Ionita is now within 3 seconds of Giambolat. Ionita, who started last, you'll see him in the 301 JMS performance kart, the same coloured machine that Netjifor drives in 2nd position. Out of turn 7 through turn number 8. Juarez Pascu now a commanding 5 seconds up the road. Good run out of the corner there from Giambolat, who tries to go around the outside at turn number 11. Can't quite do it. Dimitriou holds him off, and this is tricky now for Yasin Giambolat, because of course the more he battles with Luca Dimitriou, the slower they will go, and the more drivers will close to within 3 seconds of Giambolat. And of course, Giambolat, to finish ahead of a driver in the race, needs to finish at least 3 seconds in front of that driver on the road because of his penalty. Pascu, another fastest lap, 58.028 for Pascu. Giambolat, 5th on the road, 9th overall. He's actually only 0.4 of a second after his penalty in front of Alex Bogatu. So Bogatu, and there goes Giambolat passing Dimitriou. Now I don't see, he sort of gave him a little bit of a wave. This is now Giambolat's chance, because the back of that group, you can see the driver with the yellow crash helmet and the red and white go-kart. That's Cipran Ionita. Then there's a little gap back to Alex Bogatu. Giambolat now has to get his head down and go. He's already increased, and there's Çelik Mambet to the inside. What a move there from Çelik Mambet. Late on the brakes into turn number 2, and I think that Luca Dimitriou's kart, the setup might be going away. This is lap 14 out of 16. Pascu leads by 6 seconds from Netjifor and Dascalu. Then there's a 3-second gap back to Mambet. Cipran Ionita tries to get on the grass to try and fight his way past Dimitriou. Giambolat is now pulling away from Bogatu, even though Giambolat is 4th on the road and Bogatu is 10th. the gap between them after Jambulat's penalty is increasing. So that was a move that Jambulat, there he goes, he needed to do. Amzika, Mambet are 4th and 5th, Dimitriou P6. Not seeing any more in-race penalties crop up on my timing and scoring screen here in the commentary box. So, safe to assume that nobody else had wheels out the tram lines at the start. There's the difference between 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Jambulat is now just half a second behind. He's actually gone ahead of Ionita and Ionescu. So he's ahead of Chipra and Ionita and Ionescu, but this is the final lap. The leader has already begun. Lap number 16, Rares Pascu. Can Netchifor hang on to 2nd place? Well, he looks quite comfortable at the moment, but watch Rares Pascu going through the middle hairpin. There he disappears at the top of your camera shot, and he's got the entire back straight to himself. It has been an exemplary performance throughout the weekend for Rares Pascu through turn number 13, into turn 14, up into turn 15. What a drive, unbeatable all weekend for Rares Pascu. Tituan Racing take the victory comfortably, and it's a great drive from David Netchifor, 2nd. Stefan Descalu is 3rd. Now, Jambulat crosses the line in 4th position, and he gets 6th place eventually. That's a really good drive from Yasin Jambulat after the penalty. Chelik Mambet will take 4th. Matai Amzika will finish 5th. Then it is Jambulat in P6 ahead of Ionita. Great drive from Chipran Ionita from 18th to 7th place. Alex Bogatu from 17th to 8th. Luca Dimitriou, his cart went off at the end, and he finishes 9th with Antonia Ionescu rounding out your top 10. Olitanu Nectare finishes in 11th position. Then it is the 344 kart GTK Racing's Luca Ispas. Behind Luca Ispas, we have Luca Olaru. Then the number 300 of Radu Preda. Behind Radu Preda, Sebastian Farkas France in 16th position. A good effort from the Roadrunner team, Rares Pruna. They were replacing a seat in that kart just before the start of the final. So Pruna coming home there in front of Sabo, and at the back of the field, Isabella Lascu. But all 18 drivers that started that race did make it to the end. And with that result, David Netchifor could move up into 2nd place in the championship standings. As we look at the 2nd race of the afternoon, this is for the Micro Max drivers. Only 3 of them. They're not fighting for a championship. We need a minimum of 5 for a championship. There's only 3 of them, and it is going to be Edward Ora who leads them around. Edward Ora will again, in all likelihood, probably dominate this race. He has been head and shoulders above everybody else. Arthur Nyamtu, second, and Radu Stanger. Now we'll hope that Radu gets a really good run here. He was improving all the time this morning. Unfortunately, retired from the first final. These are the youngest drivers in the Rotax family, and I have to say that there's a schools karting championship here in terms of for junior race schools that have a lot of Micromax drivers. Some of them are a little bit hesitant to move up into actual proper Rotax racing, but the rewards are much greater. You become better drivers, better mechanical equipment. Obviously the rules are a lot tighter, and you learn how to race properly. So please, Micromax drivers in Romania, there are plenty more opportunities for you to race, including in this championship, the actual Romanian National Rotax Max Championship. Into the tram lines, lights go out, and we are off and racing. Edward Ora. Now, did Edward Ora move a little bit too soon out of the tram lines before the lights went out? We'll have to see. Even though it's only a three-kart race, you have to teach the drivers how to obey all the rules and regulations early, so we'll have to wait and see if that start is under investigation. He certainly moved out of the tram lines very quickly. Out down the back straight we go. Nyamtu second, and then Stanger in third position. Radu Stanger. All three of these karts run out of the Roadrunner Racing awning. And Roadrunner, they help so many drivers get their start in karting. They've actually got one driver here in senior who is doing his very first ever two-stroke kart race out of rental kart racing. There we go at the end of lap number 1. And I've got to say, that is the closest that Nyamtu and Stanger have been to race leader Edward Ora throughout the weekend. 1.5 seconds behind. So I have to say, well done. And they're looking at, I thought Ora moved a little bit early. He had 4 wheels out at the tram lines. Well, he's now got to work a little bit harder for his race victory. 7 laps there on your screen in the Cosmic Kart is your race leader, because Arthur Nyamtu he's behind Ora on the track. But of course now Edward Ora has to get at least a 5-second advantage. There's the flashing digital penalty board. You can see it says plus 5 seconds, number 132. So Nyamtu leads Stanger at the moment. Edward Ora is just 0.3 of a second behind Stanger, which means that in reality he's 4.7 seconds in front of Stanger. Now, we'll wait and see. I'm sure that Ora will eventually gain more than 5 seconds over the other 2 drivers. However, Ora will learn an important lesson, that you have to obey the rules at the start. And Nyamtu, let's have a look at the lap times. Well, Nyamtu is doing 107.9s, a 106.3 for Ora, and a 108.4 for Stanger. That, I think, has got to be Stanger's best lap of the weekend, as Nyamtu is still leading, not quite now. So Ora has overturned the 5-second deficit, 105.7. He actually only leads by 1/10 of a second. But Aura will now not lead every lap of the weekend. On track he will, but the record books will show that on laps 1 and 2 and 3, the race leader was Arthur Stefan Yamtu. Aura now has to put his foot down and extend his advantage. And Yamtu, well, he would have seen the penalty as well. He is driving as hard as he can. Stanger is continuing to put in personal best laps. He's done a 1:08.4 right now. Stanger is on course for another personal best lap. Well, there's a 1:07.4 for the driver that you're looking at. So his name emblazoned on his side pods, just so mum and dad can see him wherever he is on the circuit. It's just in case he gets lost. Return to sender. Through turn number 7 we go. And a 1:08.0 for Radu Stanger. That's a really good lap from Radu Stanger. Nyamtu is continuing to push on. Now, we talked earlier that in yesterday's 5-lap heat races for Micromax, Aura won by 14.14 seconds. Now, obviously, he's had that 5-second penalty, but even without that penalty, Aura would still only be leading by 6.77 seconds now at the end of lap 5. So Nyamtu has halved the gap between himself and Aura over a 5-lap distance compared to Heat 1 yesterday and Heat 2 yesterday to Final 1 and now this Final 2 this morning. And that's a really impressive statistic. Now I know that Arthur has not been happy by being second. He has been a bit of a grump, if all things are being considered, because, you know, in his race school, he's used to winning. But now we move up into the actual racing and he's not winning. But you know what? Yeah, he's had a bit of a sulk because he's not winning, and he's got back to work driving really, really hard. So when you think about that, at this point of the day, yesterday, Nyamtu was 14 seconds behind the driver that you're looking at now. Even without the penalty of 5 seconds, Nyamtu is now 6.7 seconds back. That's so impressive indeed. We're on the final lap. And what about Radu Stanger? Again, well, Nyamtu is now down in 1:06, lapping in the 1:06. He's exactly 1 second a lap slower than Aura. Stanger a 1:08.0. That's so impressive. He's picked up probably about 2.5 seconds over his best lap time in the space of one race weekend, has Radu Stanger. But it has been another dominant performance for Edward Aura, and he's learnt about the tram lines and how even if you're only in a grid of 3, the same rules apply regardless of what class you're in. The checkered flag falls and Aura takes the victory. The question is, what's his winning margin going to be? His winning margin over, well, do you know what? He slowed down there a lot at the end of the race, did Edward Aura, and his winning margin was less than half a second. There's another lesson for Edward Aura. Don't slow down too much to celebrate on the last lap. He is your winner, but only by half a second after his 5-second penalty. And Radu Stanger finishes. That's the best race he's ever done for the Drago Racing. He's with Roadrunner this weekend, entered under Drago, but he's running out of the Roadrunner tent. Well done, our 3 Micromax drivers. And I think Edward Ora, see, they have a look at the result sheet. You only won by half a second. You'll go, what do you mean? I said, well, you had that 5-second penalty, remember? Yeah, I remember. And then you slowed down on the last lap to celebrate. Oh, so there we go. You can't celebrate too much until after the checkered flag has fallen. Now, in the next year, 3 years, we will see all those 3 drivers move into our next class, which is Minimax. And this is a really close match class indeed. At the start of today, Mark Moyer led Mate Popescu by 10 points. However, Popescu won the opening heat of the day, and the virtual championship positions at the end of final one shows that Moyer's lead in the championship has come down from 10 to 1. Championship point. 1 point separates Popescu and Moyer. Let's have a little look there. Yes, Anka Diana Paleu, Edward. Yep, everyone's saying congratulations to Edward Ora. He'll be a little bit worried about that at the end, but he won nonetheless. There's your starting lineup. Popescu and Moyer. Garnet in third. On the outside of row number 2, Popovici, Epurash and Panay on row 4. Schenker and Nikolov, row 5. Casuneu and Vladislav Orbretu on row 6. Borzan, Iliescu and Marin. 13 drivers. This will be a 10-lap race. The championship is a head-to-head fight between Mark Moyer, your championship leader, and the final one winner and pole man for this race, Mate Popescu. Out of turn number 14. Victoria Sara Schenker has been a revelation this weekend. She will be trying to improve on 7th place on the grid. Field come into turn 15. They clip that second apex. Out of turn 16. Into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are off and racing. It's a good start from Popovici, from our pole sitter Popescu up into second place. I think was that. Who's that in the second place? Is that the Ipurash Praga kart, possibly? Well, Mark Moyer has slipped to third position as we go through the hairpin at the end of the opening lap, and I think it was. What a start from Theodora Epurash. The rabbit has pulled the rabbit out of that, and she is flying, chasing down Mate Popescu for Formula K Romania. Mark Moyer is third. The rest of the field slide in behind in single file. Down the main straight. Epurash, a fantastic getaway. She's there. And side by side for third, that's Mark Moyer passing Adrian Garnet. So Garnet had passed his teammate, but Moyer making short work of him as he is on course to lose the championship lead in this race. As things stand, Popescu would take the championship lead. Moya needs to finish in front of Popescu to stay at the top of the points table, but he's got a lot of work to do. Popovici runs in 5th position. Then Schenker in 6th position. Victoria Sara Schenker in 6th place. Panay is 7th in Kart 201. Sebastian Panek, followed by the 229 kart of Diegis Casuneu. Behind Casuneu is the number 257 kart of Andre Marin. Andre Marin went out on the first lap of the final one this morning, so his tyres are 10 laps fresher than everybody else, with the exception of, I'm trying to see who also went out. I think it went out this morning on the opening lap. I think it was Iliescu who went out on the opening lap, but Iliescu is still down at the back of the field. But look at Teodora Epurash, still driving really strongly, the young lady, in kart number 288. It's the Ace Performance Ipu Rush team. Yeah, Epurash in Romanian means rabbit, and she certainly has scampered off like one at the start of this race, but now she's coming under pressure from Mark Moya as the race leader Matei Popescu takes the lead, sets the fastest lap of this race so far. Looking down, if there was nobody under investigation for the start, Moya in 3rd is currently on 229 points. Popescu on 237. Behind Moya, there's a gap growing to Adrian Garne, then Teodor Popovici and Victoria Sara Schenker. Then it's Casineu, Nikolov, Marin, Borzan, and the ACS Roadrunner Racing kart of number 236, Vladimir Vladislav Orvechu. At the back of the field is still the number 208 kart of Zian Stefan Iliescu. All 13 drivers are still running, and I've got to say that Epurash and Moya are keeping Popescu well within range here at the moment, as we're going to hit the halfway mark of this race next time by, through turn number 11, around turn number 12. The gap is actually, well, it shrunk last time, but it's going to grow on this lap because Popescu is on an absolute flyer. 101.2 last time around, and this lap is going to be a 101.1. He gains 0.2 of a second on the drivers battling for 2nd and 3rd, Teodora Epurash and Mark Moya. Moya simply can't get around Epurash. To be fair to Teodora, she is driving magnificently at the moment and doesn't look like she is under any real pressure. Through turn number 9, out of 10, on to the back straight. I don't think that either of these drivers have completely given up on thoughts of a race win yet, because Epurash is not defending and Moya is content to sit there. He's not trying to attack, which would then force Epurash to defend. Out of the penultimate, final corner, across the line. The gap, 1.3 seconds. And this time round, the 3 leaders were all within 1/10 of each other. We run lap number 7, out of 10. Onto the back straight we go. Slowly look. And now Eppelrush begins to drive a little bit defensively. And just looking at the sector times. Well, Eppelrush and Moya were a little bit quicker than the race leader through sector number 1. I think the fact that Moya was so quick, that forced Eppelrush to defend a little bit. We complete lap number 7. The gap is still just 1.3 seconds. So Popescu, he's not quicker than the chasing pack. He is just about as fast, but he has got that 1.3 second cushion. Moya now needs to start thinking to himself, okay, I'm not going to catch the leader. I have to think championship. I've got to get ahead of Eppelrush to minimize the damage. So you'll have to start thinking, okay, all hopes of victory are gone. How far is my teammate, and that's a key word, teammate, Adrian Garnet behind me? The answer is Garnet 1.6 seconds behind Moya in 4th position. And Garnet, he will not want to take championship points off Moya. Schenker is there in P5. Victoria Sara Schenker, great drive again from the young lady who started this season in Micromax. Popovici runs 6th. Pane is 7th. Nikolov 8th. Casaneu is 9th. Then Marin, Borzan, Vladislav Orbetu, and Iliescu. All 13 drivers still running, and nobody is really, well, no one's dropped off the back of the field. There's a 1.7 second gap between Vladislav Orbetu, and then it is and he has got Iliescu just behind him, but that's really the biggest field. Iliescu now goes past Vladislav. We're on lap number 8, and looks like maybe Vladislav Orbetu is getting a little bit tired. Maybe a little bit more fitness required in these longer races in the heat as well. And across the line to start the final lap goes Matej Popescu through turn number 1. Slides under braking into turn number 2. His lead 1.4 seconds over Theodora Eppelrush, who is in turn now pulling away from former championship leader Mark Moya. Well, this championship battle is going to go down to the absolute wire. Into turn number 9 we go. Out of turn 10. Popescu has not been able to relax throughout this race. Eppelrush has driven magnificently, and she is on course to take 2nd position through turn 13. Out of turn 14 we go. Popescu has won this race and provisionally is your new Minimax Championship leader. Out of the final corner, checkered flag awaits, and Popescu victorious. Eppelrush in 2nd position. Fantastic drive for Theodora Eppelrush. Mark Moya has to make do with 3rd, and then it is Adrian Garnet 4th. Victoria Sara Schenker is 5th. Theodore Popovici is 6th. Then it is Sebastian Panet, 7th. Lakazar Nikolov, the Bulgarian driver, is 8th. Followed home by Diegis Casaneu in 9th position. Andre Morin rounds out your top 10. Alex Borzan, Andre Borzan is 11th. And Zian Iliescu stays ahead of Vladimir Vladislav Orbetu as the 13th finisher, Orbetu. All 13 drivers making it to the end of the race. Those drivers will now head back into technical area where Rotax's Sirin Pulinsk Sisi is waiting for them, and she will begin the process of stripping down whatever components she wants to off the go-karts to make sure that everything complies with the rules. And as, in addition to myself and Cece, two of the international people that the Equara family Road and Racing have brought in to help this meeting. We've had the likes of Grand Finals scrutineer Ernie Salmon has been here, and Ernie will be back with this championship in the next couple of weeks. Daryl Smith and Jen Wade from Rotax BRP have been brought over here to the Romanian Championship, and that is because that the organisers, even though, hey, we've got 64 drivers here this weekend, but the organisers want those 64 drivers to be as correct as possible, the teams to be as correct as possible, because they know that the best way to prepare Romanian drivers for life on the grandest Rotax stage of them all, the Grand Finals, and maybe the international trophies in Europe and South America and Asia and North America, is to make sure that in their domestic national championship it is run as closely to the Grand Final regulations and as strict on technical aspects as it is possible to be. It sometimes creates headaches, and headaches that nobody needs, but nobody wants, but it's very, very important indeed. And we've got one race to go, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a very short break up here in the commentary box, but then it is going to be the highlight of the day, Senior Rotax, 28 drivers, 20 laps. That will be the final race of the day here at AMC Kart in Bucharest. If you're watching on the Romanian Karting Federation YouTube channel, please don't go away. Oh, you're looking at the walkout for the senior Rotax final. Drivers, 29 entered. I believe 28 will take the start. And leading them out, well, let's have a little look. There may have been some post-race issues. You've got the number 425 cart there. He is your championship leader, Istvan Deso, for the JMS Performance team. But the pole sitter will be Daniel Stoyanenko with the black nose cone, the Formula Alonso kart. There is Istvan Deso's mechanic pushing that JMS Performance, Danilo Rossi chassis onto what will be near the front of the grid. Now, we saw after the first final, unfortunately, Armand Hamilton was excluded and for technical non-conformity. And so last year's, there's Alexander Sabu trying to encourage the fans for a bit of cheering. Spuddy is pushing his kart to the line. The rest of you, Alexandru Volta, they're walking through the shot as we look, but we've said how difficult this track is to overtake on. Well, keep your eyes peeled on kart number 489. Hungary's Armand Hamilton. He is the reigning Rotax Grand Final E20 Senior Champion. And he will be starting shotgun on this field. He'll be starting just behind Luca Alexa, who is in his very first ever two-stroke kart race. He's only ever done rental karting up until this weekend. And it's not often you can say that you've got a global karting champion next to you on the starting grid, your first ever kart race. They form up on the grid. Daniel Stoyanenko will be the pole man. And waiting for the grid to be brought up on my timing screen so I can tell you the exact starting lineup. You can see the karts, the mechanics putting the machines into the correct positions. There is, in the bright blue race suit with the green stripes on the legs, that is Luca Alexa, his mechanic Tudor with the 46 on his shirt, guiding him through his very first race weekend. Alexandru Volta on the outside of row number 1. You can see in the green and white Tony Kart race suit. That's Armand Hamilton giving his Chuchuan Racing teammate a last minute good luck wish, giving him a bit of a pep talk and a hug. Watch for Hamilton to come through the field. This could be a clinic from the Australian-born, Hungarian-based driver Armand Hamilton. Volta shaking the hand there of the Formula K Romania driver, who is starting a little bit down the order. One of the Formula K Romania karts will start on the outside of row number 2. This could be important. Istvan Deso came into today leading the championship by 152 points to 107.5. Volta would have made a few inroads into that in the first final, but because of Hamilton's exclusion, Istvan Deso moved up from 4th in the finishing order to 3rd. And he will start directly behind Daniel Stoyanenko. You can see Desso's kart, that red, white and black liveried machine, third on the grid, just behind the Alonso kart with the black nose cone and the turquoise blue and orange livery on the front of his NASA panel. How critical will the start be for Desso to get in front of his championship rival? Volta is under pressure here, the outside of row number 1, to do his very best. Now there's one driver to speak of there. You can see him, he's chatting to Volta there, the black t-shirt. He's got the race suit round his waist, just walking up the center of your screen. That is Andre Marquidan. Andre Marquidan only ever qualified to represent Romania at the Rotax Grand Finals once. It was in 2020, the year the Grand Finals were cancelled because of COVID. So he never got to go to the Grand Finals. I spoke to him a little bit earlier and I said, you've got to keep pushing. Oh, I'm getting a bit old now, I'm 22, and they're all getting younger and faster. Now, race director, the race director of the course, that would be David Radu in the black cap there, just gathering the drivers round. They're going to have a photo at the start of this race. Well, maybe some of the drivers are just going to have their own photo. There's Marquidan. He's not too bothered as he gets his stomach out there. There's Yasim Rosenberg in the yellow and white race suit, watching that with a smile. It's hard to believe that these drivers are about to go 20 hard laps here at AMC Kart Bucharest. On the screen you can see Armand Hamilton in the green race suit, the black t-shirt, just chatting with Alexandru Volcha's mechanic. Can't see where Daniel Stoyanenko is. Just off probably trying to stay calm, to not think about things too much. And good to see a lot of spirits are high here at the front. Now, in the middle of the grid there, the young lady with the blonde pigtails, the red and white race suit, that is driver Anna Clara Artudossier. And Anna Clara Artudossier has been really, really quick this week. She was very good in qualifying, qualified the top 3, fallen back a little bit in the races, but is still a top 10 contender for the Toka Racing team on her Birol ART chassis. Just goes over to that red and white go-kart there, has a little look at it. She'll be starting on the outside of row number 4, Anna Clara Artudossier. Other drivers to look out for as Yasim Rosenberg wanders across just to the front to speak to somebody, to ask maybe a question. The number 498 kart, Patrick Gabriel Jacob, on the outside of row number 2, the PGI Racing driver. Jacob has been very consistent up near the front of the field. He puts his race suit on with the black, white and red flicks on his race suit, black crash helmet for Gabriel on the outside of row number 3. Rosenberg, his tires are 14 laps fresher than everybody else's because he retired on the opening lap of heat number 1. So his tires will be better than everyone else. At the back of the grid there, you can see hands on his hips with a pink crash helmet, the Romanian national colours on his race suit. Just at the top left of your screen, that's Alex Baltasu. He's had two mechanical failures this week. Yesterday, it wasn't his fault. I spoke to him this morning. He went, yeah, I kind of broke it myself, which means that he clattered over a curb and flicked the chain off. He will be coming from the back as well. He's got Armand Hamilton starting directly behind him. They actually raced in the E20 class at the grand finals in Sarno last year together. Voltasu waiting, and interesting. See, some drivers don't like to get ready until the very last second. Others prefer to get into race mode, to get their helmets and race suits on early on, just to sort of get into whatever zone they're getting into. And there, walking across the screen with a blue and luminous yellow race suit, that's Daniel Stoyanenko. He looks at the front nose cone of his kart. He is the one under pressure. He was very, very quick in the first 2 laps of the first final today. He's not a championship factor. In fact, he was 8th in the championship coming into today. The title fight, it's between Istvan Deso and Alexandru Volta. Now, Volta has got behind him, chatting to him at the moment, one of his teammates, and Mick Gabriel, not Mick Gabriel, Patrick Gabriel Jacob, Patrick Jacob. Mick Gabriel's an American kart racer, to apologise. Istvan Deso chatting to his title rival there as well. Patrick Jacob sort of signalling to see, right, we need to try and get around this first car. Well, that's interesting. Istvan Deso, you know, he's the driver on the inside that those two on the outside are trying to get ahead of at the start. He's part of the discussion. But again, a lot of these drivers, you know, not all, but a lot of them are very friendly with each other off track, but no friends on track. As we watch them assemble, finally, Daniel Stoyanenko preferring to stay well away from any discussion, from any other driver, just simply alone with his thoughts. Now Volta takes the opportunity to sit down on that rear tyre just to have a think. Everybody, well, they sort of separates themselves. There's still a few, see Rosenberg and a bunch of other drivers sitting on the right-hand side of your screen there. The mechanics head back for one final chat with the drivers. They can't make any mechanical adjustments on the karts. That's not allowed. You can only make sure the karts start. That's the only remaining task. They have done all their hard work in the hours leading up to this event. Now, I will say this, at the end of the day yesterday, we finished racing at 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. After that, myself and the rest of the Roadrunner team and the organisers, we were at the circuit until 9 o'clock last night. In fact, it was 9:15 last night. And there are members of the JMS performance team still here in their tent, working on the car, stripping, rebuilding, cleaning, tightening, checking, rechecking every nut, bolt, mount, screw, bit of plastic measurements to make sure that their karts were inch perfect ready for today. Still, we wait to be given the command, the drivers to their karts. The schedule, we're running a little bit behind on the time schedule. Just gives me another opportunity to say thank you to all the viewers watching at home on the Federation Karting Romania chat. We've had some support here for Yasin Giambolat from Zeynep Oztkirk. Mate Popescu getting plenty of support as well. And there is a comment there from Ale Asada about the commentary, but it's in Romanian, so I'm not sure if that's a compliment or an insult. I'll take it as a compliment regardless. I've got pretty thick skin as we now sit and wait. So the drivers are pretty much assembling at the one side of the track. They're now sort of going back to their karts. We're obviously waiting for an official command to be given. Maybe there was, now I believe there may have been, judging at the way that karts are being moved around, the reason that I don't have the starting lineup on my timing and scoring screen as of yet is that potentially there was a post-race issue after the first final, and then a protest was filed, and of course there are strict rules on time limits that you have to obey by. So somebody has obviously protested a decision or something, and they've had to go through the process of waiting. The stewards panel here, who of course have got their own cameras, their own bank of cameras to sort of to judge and to decide on everything. And we can now see some go-karts being moved around. So Rosenberg has been moved on to grid 6, and now I see the grid being printed. So here we go. Stoyanenko will start from pole position. Alexandru Volcha on the outside of row number 1. So, Stoyanenko, Volta, Deso, and Jakob on row number 2. Then the number 487 kart, the Intrepid of Andrei Marchiadan on the inside of row number 3. On the outside of row number 3, Yasim Rosenberg. The inside of row number 4 will be the number 493 Toka Racing Kart, Victor Nedelku. And on the outside of row number 4, Victor's teammate Anna Clara are the dossier. Then on the 5th row of the grid, the inside of row number 5, you will find the number 421 Ace Performance Kart of Eduard Angelos. And on the outside of row number 5, rounding out your top 10, the number 457 Transkart Racing's Mark Sipos. Then it is Alex Sabu and Eduard Epurash, followed by Giorok and Chipuescu. Vazaru and Misha are next, then Dumitrascu, and in his very first race, Luca Alexa finds himself starting in the middle of the grid. Pruna, Balan, Chiokan, Alexia, Boltasu, watch for Axanina in kart number 444. Augustin Axanina, I do apologize. He was very fast, but has retired from the first final. So there's several drivers coming from the back. Vlaskianu, Stefan, Moldovan, Armand Hamilton, and Iliescu. Dominic Iliescu Vasilak from Formula K Romania, excluded from the first final. 29th, 28th, Hamilton, Moldovan. Now hopefully Moldovan is out there. He didn't go out for the first final, but hopefully he hasn't withdrawn in kart 401, the JMS performance driver. And Stoyanenko just sits, talks there with his mechanic, waits. The front of the grid, all the drivers are now on their own with their own thoughts, or just having a few final words from their mechanics. We'll be getting this race underway very shortly. Big thank you again, watching the numbers on YouTube. Very impressive viewing figures so far. And of course, I can promote the fact that at the end of today's racing, then you can always go and watch the CIK, the FIA World Karting Championship at Kristianstad in Sweden. That will also be a very, very spectacular event. In OK Junior, Romanian-born Canadian driver Ile Crisan, whose family are from Sibiu, he qualified for 8th overnight, so he will start his super heat this morning from 4th on the grid. If you're looking for Romanian-born driver Ile Crisan to cheer for in the FIA World Karting Championship, that will take place after this has finished. And now we look like we are almost ready to go. There, Adi in Boa Adrian. Adrian Boa in the white shirt and the black cap, alongside David Radu at the front of the grid, talking to just one or two of the officials there, waiting for everything to be into place now. Oh, there is a cart being wheeled off the circuit. Oh dear. I wonder if there's a cart that will be starting from the pit lane or even not at all. That's why there was someone from the Formula K Romania team at the front of the grid talking to Adrian Bois and David Radu. I can't see a number. So the driver, helmet on, maybe they will join the back of the grid. Now there's several. It could either be Eric Balan, Edward Vazaru, it could be Moise Alexia, it could be Dominic Iliescu. We'll find out very shortly. Iliescu was excluded from the first final this morning, and I was wondering why there was a changing of grid positions further back. Maybe there was a, oh well, we will find out in due course who that driver was and why there has been a delay. However, what I can tell you is that now there is a look at your starting lineup. There's Angelos, Sipos, Sabu and Epurash. As the signal to go is given, Giorok, Kipwescu, Vazaru, Misha, followed by Dumitrascu, Alexa, Bruna, Balan, followed by Giocan, Alexia, Boltasu, Axenia. And will we see a driver join from the back of the field? We'll check to see who that driver was when they go around. Look up to the dummy grid area. I'm not sure there is a driver. I think that somebody thought they might be able to join in late and they weren't. It was, well, Moldovan is out there. Oh, do you know what? We do have everyone on the circuit. Well, I don't know what that mystery Formula K kart was. We'll find out at some point. But we've got all 29 drivers. We don't have 29 drivers. We have 28 drivers. And it was the driver that was excluded this morning, Dominic Iliescu, who is not out there. So Iliescu tried to join the race. He wasn't allowed. That was the delay that was caused. So Iliescu will not be out there. 28 drivers will be. Moldovan at the back of the field will be on fresh tyres. Stoyanenko leads them into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Istvan Deso gets passed round the outside by Volta. What a start by Alexandru Volta to go around the outside of Istvan Deso and slot into second position and head the chase after Daniel Stoyanenko out of turn number 1. Looking back down the order, we've got yellow flags at the outside of turn number 1. One kart off at the side of the circuit. Driver still sat in the kart and can't quite see who that is. I think it might be the 402 of Tudor Giorok. It is Giorok who's getting pushed out of the way as we speak. Marshalling team, medical team are on hand. He sat in the cart just waiting to get out everyone else safely through, and they begin the chase. Now you'll see yellow flags waving down at post number 1, and at the side of the circuit there you can see marshals waving the flag, so no overtaking. And looking out of the commentary box window, it looks like yes, every single person did obey those yellow flags, which is good to see. Now Stoyanenko coming under pressure. Volta really pushing hard. Alexandru Volta needs wins. He needs these points. Deso leads at the moment. The championship, 142 points, 127.5 on the virtual championship screen. Look at Volta. Deso is in third. Jakob is fourth. Behind Jakob is Marchiadan. Rosenberg Adudossier, Nedelku, Sipos, Sipora, Sabu, Angelus. Unfortunately, out of the race has also gone the number 495 car of Robert Kruna. Oh, I hope that's not with the damage, because they rebuilt that car overnight, did Roadrunner Racing. Kruna is out. Let's have a little look. Baltasu is 20th. Moldovan is up to 19th. Hamilton is 14th already. Armand Hamilton has passed half the field in 2 laps. Watch for Armand Hamilton. He doesn't do that much karting anymore. It's the first time back in the seat for 2 months after, not finishing the the Rotax Euro Trophy. And you'll see a Lando Norris kart. There he goes, flashing. Very tall figure with the top of the white race suit on. And the rest of the field go past. Hamilton is 14th. Stoyanenko sets the fastest lap of the race. Volta is going with him, however. There they go through turn number 8 into turn number 9. Alexandru Volta closing in. And there is the 488. That is, looking over his shoulder, Alexandru Volta in second position, chasing down Daniel Stoyanenko. Oh, there's one driver at the side of the road in the marshal post there. I think that is a Pruna out of the race. 26 drivers still running. Luca Alexa is at the back of the field in 26th position. Moisi Alexia is in 25th. Then Chiokan in 24th. Misha 23rd. Stefan 22nd. Balan 21st. Baltasu 20th. Moldovan 19th. Dimitrascu, Chipuescu, Vlasicanu. Hamilton still 14th, with Augustin Axinia also making up a lot of ground. He's up into P15 at the moment. Stoyanenko working hard. Volta working arguably even a little bit harder. It's interesting, a couple of years ago, this circuit surrounded by sort of unkept wasteland, just, brownfield land. Now, more and more condos and houses and apartment buildings being sprouting up around this circuit. It's been a fixture of karting in Romania for 25 years. Hopefully, the urban sprawl does not claim this patch of ground. The circuit is very, very difficult, tough on drivers. Hamilton is proving that overtaking is possible, but it is very, very difficult. Oh, we've lost the number 442 YMK racing kart, Matej Stefan. And you can see karts now littering the side of the circuit. Volta is 0.6 of a second behind Stoyanenko. Istvan Deso holding off Jakob. There's 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th on your screens. Behind Jakob is Markiadan and Rosenberg. And still Volta, head down, pushing on. There is your championship leader, Istvan Deso, he's just keeping Jakob at bay. Good run from Patrick Jakob for the PGI Racing Formula K kart team. Out of turns 5 and 6, they go through turn 7 now. Alexandru Volta, last lap, faster than the race leader. A 57.54 for Volta, 57.58 for Stoyanenko. It's only a couple of hundredths, but it's keeping Volta almost within reach of the slipstream of the race leader. This is lap 7 out of 20. The two leaders are 2.6 seconds ahead of the 3rd place battle. Out of the final corner comes Deso. Volta flashes through the screen. Behind Deso, Jakob, Marchiadan and Rosenberg. Rosenberg should get stronger and stronger as the race progresses. 25 karts still running. This is third, fourth, fifth and sixth you're looking at on your screens. Down the short chute into turn 8, hard on the brakes for the hairpin at turn number 9. The Intrepid kart of Moldovan, the third kart in this queue. Looking very strong at the moment. Championship situation as a Markiadan. Markiadan would be third in the championship if things stayed as they are. Deso, 142 points. Vulture, 127.5. Then it would be Marchiadan on 86. It was Epuras, 81. Stoyanenko would move up to 75 points. Hamilton, his charge has got him into the top 10. What a drive from Armand Hamilton. He is now just behind Sipos and Sabu. He's only 7 seconds off the lead. Hamilton there going through your screen. Just in front of the driver with the bright lime green Lando Norris style crash helmet. That's Alex Sabu. Hamilton is up into P9 from 28th on the grid. And having Armand Hamilton here is so important for the Romanian drivers because they see how one of the very best does it. Just siding through the back markers, he's siding through the midfield is Hamilton. He's now right behind Mark Sipos. I'm looking going into turn number 2. Hamilton's gained another position. How long is it going to be before we see Armand Hamilton in this battle for third position? He's there, he's third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and a gap to 7th. And then Hamilton now in 8th position. Past Sipos. Nedelku is next in line, and then it's this group. There goes Marchiadan for a move on Jakob at turn number 11. He takes 4th position. Meanwhile, up at the front, Alexandru Vulture has gained another 10th of a second on Daniel Stoyanenko. The gap was 0.6, it's now 0.5. We complete 10 of 20 laps. We move into the second half of this senior Rotax final. Markiadan trying to maybe help his teammate, his Tuchuan Racing teammate, Alexandru Vulture, by passing Istvan Deso, the championship leader, beginning to ease away ever so slightly. And don't look now, boys and girls, but Armand Hamilton is about to catch the third place battle. 28th to 8th inside 10 laps. And Hamilton, I checked when he was in 10th place, he was 8 seconds behind the race leader. He's gained 0.2 of a second on the race leader while passing 2 drivers. We start lap number 12. Into turn number 4 and 5. Deso coming under pressure. I wonder what odds you'd get on an Armand Hamilton podium in this race. And this is not an Armand Hamilton glaze, ladies and gentlemen. This is just Mark remarking at one of the best, officially the best E20 senior driver in Rotax last year, how he's siding up through the field. And Deso, followed by Hamilton, was telling me earlier that, you know, how as he's going to be just karting sort of part-time from now on. He wants to do more driver coaching, but he was a bit, you know, shy about how to go about getting his name out there as a driver coach. Well, Armand, just show potential customers this race and you'll have them knocking your door down. Because if you want to advertise yourself as a driver coach, you need to advertise yourself as a driver. And this race is the best advert that money can buy. There is Hamilton now at the back of that chasing group. He has got Nedelcu in front of him in the number 493 cart. Victor Nedelcu for Toka Racing is next on Hamilton's hit list. Meanwhile, up at the front, Alexandru Volta has cut another tenth of a second out of Stoyanenko's lead. It was 6/10, then it was 5/10, now it's 4/10 of a second. And Hamilton to the inside of Nedelcu for P7 at turn number 2. Another masterful manoeuvre for Armand Hamilton, who has now got Yassim Rosenberg, who raced and represented Israel in the CIK FIA Karting Academy recently. And there is Marchiadan chasing down East Van Desso. Hamilton closing up under braking behind Rosenberg. And just in front of those two is Jakob. There's a bit of a gap now developing between Desso, Marchiadan, Jakob Rosenberg and Hamilton. Through turn number 15 we go. On to the start-finish straight. Desso under pressure from Marchiadan. Through turn number 2. And Hamilton again to the inside and puts Yassim Rosenberg on the list. That is another brilliant move into turn number 2 for Armand Hamilton. Now, Hamilton has got one more kart to get through before he gets into the top 5. It is the number 498 PGI Racing kart of Patrick Jakob. And here is the battle for the race lead. Yes, it is a battle, because the gap has come down from 6/10 to 5/10 to 4/10 to 3/10, and now it is about 3 kart lengths between Stoyanenko and Volta for the race lead. They go into turn number 1. 6 seconds behind them is the battle for second. Hamilton again to the inside at turn number 2. He has picked off kart after kart after kart going into turn number 2. The hardest place to pass, and that's what makes him. And now Hamilton, here is the leader. Hamilton is up into 5th position. Now Stoyanenko begins to defend. We're on lap 16 out of 20. They're coming up to lap Luca Alexa, the first time driver out of turn 13. Volta, that Tutuan racing kart rotates really well through the corner. He can get it turned in earlier. The front end responds like Volta wants it. Volta now in the slipstream through turn number 1. Will he look to the inside? Yes, he will. New leader, brilliant move. Alexandru Volta, wow. Absolutely flying off my seat here in the commentary box. Volta pulls off an absolute worldie of a move, and standing room only in the commentary box, because that was absolutely fantastic. Volta taking the race lead. Now Stoyanenko has to give chase. Blue flags to get the lapped kart out of the way. He gets out of the way. Meanwhile, Hamilton is within a second of Marchiadan and Deso for 3rd position. Volta with an outrageous move into turn number 2. Can Stoyanenko copy it? No, not quite. It is neck and neck through turns 4 and 5. All I can say is I hope they didn't have the commentary cam on me there. Oh dear. I'm a little bit excited. Fell out my chair. Never mind. Well, with good reason as well. because this is turning into a great battle. Stoyanenko, now he's had to defend pretty much all weekend. Now he has to go and attack. With that pass for the race lead, Volta now finds himself just 9.5 points behind Istvan Deso in the championship lead, and Deso is not certain of third place because he's got Marchidan and Hamilton closing in. This is lap 9 out of 10. I think Armand Hamilton's charge will get him as far as 5th. He was 1 second behind Marchidan. He's now half a second behind. But I'll tell you something now. Hamilton has gained half a second on the race leader in the second half of this race, whilst overtaking 5 drivers. That is outstanding on a track where it's very difficult to overtake. Now, Volta has got Stoyanenko. We will complete lap number 19 now. We start the last lap. Stoyanenko's got to throw everything he can at Volta. Through turn 2 they go. He's probably got 2 opportunities. The hairpin at turn 9 and the hairpin at turn 11 to do something about Volta, who has chased and clawed and scrambled his way and then pulled off an outstanding pass for the race lead. Was it a pass for the race victory? Stoyanenko in the slipstream down the back straight. Volta defending. Stoyanenko will try the crossover. Wheel to wheel. Not there. He tries to undercut coming through turn 13. No more opportunities. Stoyanenko's going to have to do something crazy here if he wants to make the move, but I don't think he's going to have a chance. Out of the final corner, Alexandru Volta with a superb victory from Stoyanenko. And who's going to cross the line in third place? It's going to be Deso, and Hamilton takes 4th on the last lap. Armand Hamilton takes 4th place from 28th on the last lap. An outstanding drive from the Hungarian driver. And again, if you're watching this and you need a driver's coach, then Armand Hamilton is your man. The rest of the field coming across the line. Marchidan 5th, Jakob in 6th, Rosenberg 7th, Victor Nedelku in 8th. Hey, a great drive from Augustin Axinia to come from the back of the grid up to 9th. Mark Sipos in 10th, Alex Sabu is 11th, down to Angelus, Vlasikanu, Boltasu in 14th position, looking down Moldovan in 19th position, Misha Pantaru, and Luca Alexa finishes his very first ever kart race a lap down, but he finishes, and that is the key thing. And I just want to check, Luca Alexa won a 60.3 in his last race of the weekend, and it won't be his last race of all. It's just the start for Luca Alexa. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Thank you very much for joining us. As you can see, the sun now directly behind me. I'll even try and let's have a little look here. We'll try that. Does that come down? That's a bit better. Look at that live on air. Well, it doesn't make much of a difference. You don't want to see my face anyway. However, it just leaves me to say a huge thank you for tuning in on the Federation of Karting Romania YouTube channel. I believe you'll be able to watch this footage as well on Romanian National Sports Television as well, which is great for the sport. We've been celebrating 10 years of Roadrunner racing and the Nequara family here representing Romania as the Rotax distributors. So a huge thank you to them, to the competitors, to the families, to all the officials from the federation, from the circuit, the drivers, most importantly, the track marshals. In a couple of weeks' time, we have the Transylvania Trophy. There's one more round of the Rotax Championship to go, which you'll be able to watch live on the Federation of Romania Karting YouTube channel. Thank you very much for joining us. Wherever you are in the world, we'll see you soon. Goodbye.